Hallo. Huch. Das braucht gerade. Spielen. Wo ist mein Game? Hallo? Ah, es ist. Hi. Da ist ein Spiel. Wie schön. Ups. So, warte. Ich muss kurz Audio. Audio von mir ist nicht Lauch genug. Gut. Mein Audio ist nicht Lauch genug. Habt ihr gehört? Das ist die Richtigkeit. Ja. Nee, soll stimmen. Nee, das war nicht der richtige Knopf. Ich wollte auf mein Audio. Das ist für mich ein bisschen lauter. So, das war's. Da. Yay. This is gonna be fun. Wieso ist mir jetzt aufgefallen? Der Hintergrund ist da, wo wir gerade aktuell in der Story sind. Im Startscreen. Das wusste ich gar nicht. Das ist vorher nicht so aufgefallen, weil wir immer Gerichtssaal waren, weil... Nee, wir waren nicht immer im Gerichtssaal. Einmal haben wir auch aufgehört, dass wir auf dem Boot waren. Aber das ist es mir nicht aufgefallen. Aber jetzt schon, weil das Chaos. Hallo. 1 Chaos. So. Ich will sagen. Continue. Yes. Party. Wie heißt das Emote überhaupt? Einfach nur Comfies, okay. Für mich ist das dann Party. Sieht so aus. Und instant still. Okay, wir haben noch nicht alles angeguckt. Und ich weiß, da sitzt er. Ja, genau. Ja, wir gucken erstmal noch alles an, bevor wir mit Scholms reden. Ich habe übrigens nicht nachgeguckt, wie ich seine Stimme gemacht habe. Das wird einfach dann irgendwie gemacht. Ich könnte mein Mikro auch ein bisschen näher an mich rannehmen. Hallo. Scholms! Yes. Great. Ich hoffe, dass ich nicht einpenne während dem Stream. Hallo, Taris. Na? Du Nase? Oh Gott. Taris ist bei 9 Monaten. Ich muss bald gucken, dass ich das nächste Ding male. Oh ey. Ich weiß gar nicht, was ich malen will. Materia 9? Nee, Materia 8. Materia 8? Materia 7? Materia 8? Shit. Ich weiß auch nicht, warum. Keine Ahnung. Ich war heute einfach so... Ich war um 8 Uhr wach und da war ich so... Nein. Und um 11 bin ich dann aufgestanden. Ich war so... Okay, ich stehe jetzt auf. Es ist 11 Uhr. Und dann bin ich um 3 Uhr nochmal hingelegen. So, nein. Oh no. Ich weiß nicht. Heute ist Pirate Day oder so. So. Dass es keine Musik hatte, verwirrt mich mal wieder. Oh, look. It's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. Ja, ich war auch wegen meinem Wecker wach. Eigentlich möchte ich schon gerne an meinen Nicht-Arbeitstagen auch zeitig aufstehen. Aber ich schaff's meistens nicht. Das Bett ist so bequem. I hardly think you're in a position to recommend Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous traveling aboard. I wanted a lucky charm. Was für eine Doll? Was ist das für eine Doll? Hä? Warte. History. Daruma. Was ist eine Daruma-Doll? Google, hilf mir. Ich möchte das wissen. Was ist das? Ja? Moment, ich möchte mich schlau machen. Ich will mich klug fühlen. Ich weiß natürlich, was der Daruma-Doll ist. Das ist, Moment, Doll. Das ist... Ah, das sind diese roten Gedönsens komischen Dolls mit Bart. Wisst ihr welche? Die weirden? Diese roten Eier-Dingsbums da. Sind schon aus wie Eier. Ja, die sind weird. Meistens rot. Meistens rot mit Goldbemalung und einem weirden Gesicht mit Bart. Schnurrbart. I don't know. That's a thing, I guess. Okay, cool. Wie? Was? Okay. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same. And this cat is sure to be back and good luck to him. Na, das funktioniert hat's ja, glaube ich, nicht. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? Nie. You mustn't say such things. Hier, das Schöne ist immer so, ich denke das, aber Rio denkt das gar nicht, weil er doof ist und das immer laut ausspricht. Doofi. I didn't say a word! Why am I such a giveaway? Also, die sind alle seine Gedanken. Was? Du sollst an das Artwork denken. Decke aus dem Anime-Girl und eng an den Typen anschmied. Du schießt immer jener bis hart. Ja, gut. Okay, fair. Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reached the ceiling. They were all works of English literature. And they all smell so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you should never be short of reading material, would you? No. What a dream idea! A bad dream, maybe. For me, at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. Ah, so reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Ja, gut. Also ich glaube, das haben wir gesehen. Das haben wir auch. Ich glaube, sonst... Nee, warte, da haben wir noch... Das können wir noch angucken, bevor wir mit Scholms reden. Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. Look at all these balls! Moment, was? There are notes scrawled all over them in English. It looks like the waste paper basket is so full they've just fallen out. I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess. Ah, das bin ich. Bei mir sieht das auch immer so aus, ja. Immer. I would like to speculate which is closer to the truth. Ja, werden wir nicht rausfinden. Okay, ich glaube, jetzt haben wir alles geguckt. Ja. Ja, wer ist denn da? Wie habe ich seine Stimme gemacht? Keine Ahnung. Ah, look, Miss Naruhodo. Gib mir coole Musik. Aha! There he is! Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes! Mit Worten, also. Oh no! Hi. Ah, you two! Good day! Now, let me see. Where was it that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes! We were together on the SS Borea. Yes, of course, the Borea. Keine Ahnung. And let me see. What happened on my voyage? It was Kazuma Sogi. He died. Tragically. But you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, of course. The case of Mr. Sogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? No. Ja, so schon irgendwie, aber no. Oh? Well, you seem to remember something of it at least. Ja, gut. Warum auch Sachen genau erinnern? Das ist braucht keiner. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. Ja, gut. This is Mr. Oh, no, my dear madam. Hold your tongue. Remembered vaguely, yeah. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Brain attic. Nein! Alter, Sholmes! Miss Naruhodo. No. And Mr. Susato. No. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. Junge. I lost the first round. Gut. Ich hab so... Ich bekomme so dezente Feelings von dem Fall mit dem Clown. Von, was ist das? 2? Der Clown-Fall in 2. Also in Justice for All oder so. Meine Güte, Junge. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suit today we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me and the railway station had whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. Justice Fall. Justice Fall. Justice Fall Free. Ja, das kenne ich, ne? Ja, ich weiß, aber so wie es geschrieben ist, ist schon klar. Es ist der dritte Fall in Justice Fall. Ja, jetzt ist wieder das Problem, ne? Wenn ein Wort auf Deutsch nicht auf Englisch funktioniert. Whoops. So, they apprehended Soseki-san in that short amount of time? I'm afraid the prescience of new cases has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. Ich darf fies sein. Ich darf fies sein. Ich bin der Streamer hier. Das darf man. Das steht so in meiner Affiliate-Dings drin. Dass ich das darf, ja? Oder so, ähnlich. Bestimmt. No! Bonk alle. Will die Alerts schon wieder nicht? Hello. Die Alerts werden schon wieder nicht. Warum wollen die Alerts nicht? Hallo? Was ist da los? Oder sind die wieder lame? Sound Alerts? Hallo? Moment. Das lassen wir nicht so auf mir sitzen. Das gehen wir fixen. Warum gehen die Sound Alerts schon wieder nicht? Was ist da los? Hallo? Hello? Was ist da los? Ja. Moment. Wo ist denn das? Nee, warte, das ist... Was ist das da? Ist das da? Moment. Holy shit! Ich figere das schon noch aus. Moment. Warum gehst du schon wieder nicht? Wo ist meine Library? Ich hab doch... Wo ist mein Dashboard? Da ist mein Dashboard. Ja, aber... Hä? Ah, hallo? Was ist da los? Ist das kaputt gegangen? Hier bitte...
Hey, Kappa, Kappa, hey, Kappa, Kappa, hey.
Okay, aber das geht ja. Hä, ich verstehe nicht. Sind die rausgeflogen? Ja, das sind die rausgeflogen. Hä? Das war der Testsound. Hallo? Kann ich bitte meine Sound managen? Hallo? Das ist der ja, das war der Testsound. Das tut mir leid. Hä? Es ist alles broken. Help. Warum geht das nicht? Scheiße. Ich hasse das. Da. Okay, warte. Ah! Ah, Hilfe. Nee, ich will nicht da. Ah. Moment. Ja, aber ich will doch nur... Jetzt hat doch deins nicht hier nicht angenommen. Das ist der Feed. Aber wo sind die... Sind die rausgeflogen? Hä? Irgendwas ist weird. Moment. Oh, sie sind doch da. Hä? Was? Muss ich das nochmal reloaden? Aktualisieren? Warte, ich probiere es mal kurz mit meinen Punkten aus. Ich kann ja ewig. Sonderlert, Bonk. Das kommt nicht an. Hä? Warum kommt das nicht an? Hallo? Es kommt nicht an. Warte. Ich mach mal... Ich mach mal einen neuen Link. Probier's mal mit einem neuen Link. Ich probier mal da. Ob das dann geht. Hallo Schwarz. Hallo, was geht? Ich bin gerade um Saft fixen. Zum wieder nicht geht. Ich probiere es noch einmal. Wenn es nicht geht, dann lassen wir es einfach. Nee, schon. Das will nicht. Warum will das nicht? Okay, Extension broken. I don't know. Keine Ahnung. Geht nicht. Das will nicht. Keine Lust. Dummer Kack. Okay. Dann. No sound alerts today. F. So. Wo war ich? Ich war im Spiel. Kein Bonk für mich. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. Ja, okay. Hier Bonk einfügen. Ah. Ich weiß auch nicht, warum das jetzt wieder nicht geht. Ich könnte es zwar theoretisch über den Ding machen. Warte. Kann ich das direkt drücken? Wenn ich das direkt im Browser drücke, kommt das dann an? Moment. Das will ich jetzt testen. Da, bitteschön. Mach ich das halt manuell? What the fuck? Was ist da los? Dann halt so. I don't know. Das habe ich doch nicht gelesen, ne? Nee. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Mache ich auch immer so. Ich vergesse das Wichtige. Also eigentlich genau nicht. Ich vergesse das Unwichtige. Nee, doch. Warte. Jetzt verwirre ich mich selber. Ich vergesse das Wichtige, damit ich unnötige Fakten weiß. So rum geht's, wa? Yes, those are my own words of illuminate wisdom. You know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Ah. Ja, Study in Scarlet, I know. Okay. Please. There's no need to quote yourself. Ich quote aber gerne mich selber, weil dann kommt immer Scheiße bei raus. Leider kommt da nur Blödsinn dabei raus, wenn ich mich selber quote. Ja, Trivia-Fakten sammeln. Genau. Alles Wichtige vergessen. Hm? I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately, my associate penciled them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Das kleine Kind.
Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask about the trivial case you just mentioned.
Goodness. Goodness. Okay. What an earnest expression.
My dear madam, I should be only too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case.
Ja, steht wie im Schimmelraum. Ich gehe da mal wieder in die Ecke. Hallo. Um was ging's bei dem Fall nochmal? Ich hab alles vergessen. Was geht's?
We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes. For the shabbing...
Shabbing? Ja, genau, Shabbing. Das steht da so.
For the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road.
Ja, stimmt. Aber sie wurde nicht getötet. Sie wurde angestochen oder so. Keine Ahnung.
Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines.
Angestochen. Nein. Oh no.
But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little?
Das ist ja bestimmt wieder, weiß ich was für ein Scheiß.
I'm sorry, Mr. Sato. But I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. I would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension.
Oh? How?
I assure you, I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime.
But that doesn't make sense.
The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim.
Worte, die ich nicht kenne. Schön. Gut. Schwierige Worte. Ich ersetze jetzt jedes schwierige Wort einfach mit schwieriges Wort. Das klingt gut. Mit einem Honk? Das wär's. Mit einem Honk. Einfach ersetzt durch Honk.
We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene.
Ah, man seen fleeing?
There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say?
Elementary, Watson.
I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question.
So, you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then?
Well, that I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here.
Okay. Also er hatte nicht, ist nicht Sholmes Schuld, dass der jetzt da sitzt. Gut.
However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in
Worte. Ich kann lesen. Ich muss, glaube ich, nochmal einen Englischkurs machen. Für schwierige Worte. Gibt es einen Englischkurs, für wenn ich Ace Attorney spielen will? Das bräuchte ich.
Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear.
Oh oh. Ja, okay. The Landlord. Nein, ich will nicht mit... Oh nein! Ich will nicht mit Urioshe lesen. Reden. Ich will nicht mit dem englischen Urioshe reden. Der macht mir Angst. Thou must be... Keine Ahnung was. Das ist ein dummes Kack-Englisch, ey.
Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings?
Yes, Mr. Gary Depp. Ich weiß auch nicht, wie man das ausspricht. Spricht man das Gary Depp aus? Der Depp! Gary Depp. Oder so, keine Ahnung, weißt du nicht. Der Gary. Ich nenne ihn Mr. Gary.
A retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service.
Was ist daran so lustig?
I didn't think it was that funny.
Ist Charms etwa Nase, oder wie?
I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer.
Was? In was hast du das gelesen? Mit wo hast du das gelesen? Okay.
And so conclusively, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standings of those dwelling therein.
Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Ja, etwa genauso viel habe ich auch verstanden.
Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family.
Goodness, how extraordinary! Will ich auch. Kann ich bitte auch eine Maid haben? Ist einfach für Aufräumen. Das wäre nice. Hätte ich gerne.
As you can appreciate for those on the precocious boundary between the middle and the lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance.
I had no idea.
And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situations upstairs. Specifically, in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Gary Depp.
Oh? Wie soll ich das Kostüm? Wie meinst du das jetzt? Was? Welches Kostüm? Was? Wie? Hä? Was? Um was geht's? Jetzt bin ich verwirrt. Welches Kostüm? Welches Kostüm bezahle ich bitte? Hä? Wie? Wo? Das Maid-Kostüm? Klar, immer. Soll ich dir das Maid-Kostüm für deinen Final Fantasy-Charakter holen, oder wie? Muss ich mir das vorstellen? Oh no! Okay. Oh no. Ich finde ja gut, dass die Chat. Das ist ja aufgehoben, ne? Bei P2 aufwischen gehen. Ja, klar.
A fable as he is, the fellow is hiding something.
Das dachte ich mir.
Whether or not it is imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am yet unable to ascertain.
I'm truly lost on what he means to say. Same, es geht mir auch so. Um was geht's? Mr. Shams, um was geht's? Ich verstehe nicht.
This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab someone sooner or later.
Achso.
Mr. Natsume... Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one. Ah, but sooner or later, as I said.
Also.
I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea?
Das würde ich gern wissen. Das interessiert mich.
No window?
Well, I mean,
I can certainly see that there is a window of sorts.
Ich gucke immer gerne an Bachsteine ran, ist hübsch.
But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Oh, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax.
Was? Was? Okay. Ja, ich meine, wer kennt sie nicht?
Window tax? What is that?
A step aside. Oh no. Please no.
Surely not a tax on Windows.
Ich meine, ja, ich zahle Windows regelmäßig Geld, aber das hat nichts mit... You know. Okay, lassen wir das.
Precisely that. Oh my goodness! Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows.
Okay, ist das... Gab's das wirklich? Wenn ja, what the hell? Was für eine dumme Scheiße.
Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. While the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere. In an effort to curry favor.
Curry. Was? Curry. Lass mich googeln. Gockel.
With those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, a disease was rife as a result.
Es gab eine Fenstersteuer. Warum, England? Das ist falsch mit dir. What the fuck? England. Was? Hä? Das ist völlig idiotisch. What? Und in Frankreich auch. Nein. Oh. Okay. Amazing, I have to say. What?
So some 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example.
Okay, sie haben es dann abgeschafft, weil schlechte Durchlüftung von Räumen ist schlecht für die Gesundheit. Wer hätte das gedacht? Ich nicht. Erstmal alles luftdicht versiegeln, so. Ne?
I suppose Mr. Natsume is stripped of a stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price.
Ja, okay. Aussichtssteuer, ja. Das kenne ich auch genug gut. Also gerade, wenn du eine Wohnung suchst, wenn die Wohnung beschrieben ist als, ja, du hast eine geile Aussicht, kannst du mehr dafür verlangen, was voll dämlich ist, aber... Ja, so extraordinäre Lagen gibt es halt mehr Steuern. Ja, aber logisch wird, dann wirst du dann auch mehr Miete dafür haben, wenn du mehr Steuern zahlen musst dafür, so. I don't know.
And discovered that das habe ich schon vorgelesen. Ups.
Next.
Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago.
Ja, gut.
Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation.
Oh?
Still, that is of little relevance here, a matter not worthy of further attention.
Are you sure? I'm curious now. Kann sie denn mal irgendwann auf Deutsch übersetzen? Das ist ja einfacher zu lesen, hey, holy shit. Ich und mein schlechtes Englisch.
Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Danke. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Keine Ahnung, vielleicht. Ich weiß doch nicht, wie das berechnet wird. Frag mich doch nicht. Ich zeichne Häuser. Ich habe doch keine Ahnung, wie teuer das ist. Ich habe keine Ahnung von Preisen. Ich weiß nur, dass alles teuer ist. Und dass ich mir wirklich den nächsten 30 Jahren nicht leisten kann, auszuziehen. Ha! 11. Gefühlt. Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized. And so promptly, too. Hallo, El Seppo. Na? Es geht. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Ja, es braucht nicht. Vertrauen wird überbewertet, ja. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? Klausurenphase. Och nö. Oh. Ich wünsche dir viel Glück, El Seppo. Du schaffst das. I believe in you. Warum lacht er schon wieder? Hör auf! My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Ach, gute Musik. Gute Musik. Nice. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Did you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Ach so. Also anstelle dich für den Fall zu interessieren, hast du einfach gelesen. Wow, amazing. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite schwierige Worte. Nee, quite schwieriges Wort. Ich mache mir ohne Scheiß Zunge Zunge? Ja, ich mache mir Knoten in die Zunge, wenn ich versuche, das zu lesen. Das wollte ich sagen. Ich kann reden. Nice. Ich kann noch nicht lesen. Okay, lass mal das. Sonst hänge ich an jedem Wort fest. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit a crime. That is all I can say. Ja, das ist nicht so gut. Ah, and one more thing. Oh? What is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us! I cannot say with a certain whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Das dachte ich mir auch schon. Mr. Gary Davis. Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet, our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we prodded a little deeper into Mr. Gary Depp's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. Bestimmt. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Okay, danke, Mr. Sholmes. Geht er jetzt wieder? A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Also sitzt er jetzt da wieder? Ja, okay, gut. Ja. Gehen wir nochmal dahin? Oh, sind sie weg? Kann ich mich jetzt umsehen? 19. Februar, Mr. Gory Depp's Room. Nee, sie sind noch da. Ah, you power again. Ja, Prioritäten, er liest lieber Stuff. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forgot his name, still hard at work down there? Ja, mega. Mr. Sherlock Holmes? Ah, yes. Ringing a wake bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, warte, Moment, falsche Stimme, whoops. Well, Mr. Holmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joanne. Now then, why don't you tell me what? Ah! Fart up, deep time, woman. Will you watch what your buddy well doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Können wir uns jetzt hier oben... Ich möchte mich um... Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Holmes, Mr. Gory Depp is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seems open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Oh, ich sehe schon. Guck, da ist aufgeploppt. Was tust du da? Oh, warum ist da so viel kaputten... Was ist da passiert? Warum ist das alles kaputt? Holy shit. What the fuck? Ja, rausschauen, ja klar. Ja. Ah! What's he doing over there? Ja, das frage ich mich auch. Mr. Holmes! Ah! We meet again, my dear fellows. Mann, ey. Ah, Junge. Good gracious, where did you sneak in here? Hello, Holmes, sir, at your service. Whatever may you be doing over by the window? I am given to watch the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Also, yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aptitude for such observation. So. Okay, er will nur Sonnenuntergang sehen, das ist fair, okay. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Klar. Wait. He's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Holmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. Oh, okay. Dann erzähl mal. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. Mega! Brutal! I think so. There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matters before dark. Ja, let's go. Oh, shit. Das wird jetzt wieder gut. Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Mr. Gurrydepp.
Oder so.
Though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service. Your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon? The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care.
Was?
Das
ist bestimmt die Kanone gemeint. Die ist gut versteckt unter dem Kleid.
And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Darrowhood, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Shum's conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly... How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Also, was? Klar.
Sag ich auch immer, hä?
And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed.
Meinst du wegen dem Boden da?
So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular.
Oh no. Oh no, was ist dir jetzt wieder für ein Scheiß erzählen? The game is a food! Nature of the beast.
It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see.
Ja, aber das war doch nicht...
That a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls.
Ja, aber das ja, der Kanone vielleicht. Vielleicht was die Kanone?
Big no-no! Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take?
Erstmal weggucken.
For a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Gurrydepp, leads us directly to the answer.
No.
The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue.
No.
Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. In fact, that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house.
Oh, da eine Klatsche auf der Seite. Hast du gesehen? Ich glaube, die wurde gehauen.
Yet, living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to?
War eh die Katze, bestimmt. Madam?
Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pockets give us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For portraying from it as a handbill advertising a circus show.
Wollten die beide beim Zirkus mitmachen?
Yes, you saw to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garideb. At Betty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lions to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. Ja, also the fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire.
Ja, nein. Wie wär's mit nein?
Now, Mr. Garideb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast.
Ja, die Frau ist schon Biest.
Indeed, and that belief pose, the distress this loss has caused you is virtually tangible. Huh? Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go.
Was redet der für Scheiß? Es war eine Schlange. Ja, bestimmt.
The strain of losing something so clear to you, clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man, I simply... But what we must now ask ourselves in this is the true cause of this pain.
Oh no, wie Saris. Easy cook.
And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given the rise of pain to you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat and tea.
Wheat. Smoke weed every day. Was?
Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household.
Wann hat die Brille eingezogen, was?
And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last, unimaginable attack. Unimaginable?
Ja, der Boden.
Da ist eine Kerze runtergefallen, kann das sein? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed.
Das sind Törtchen?
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes.
Was?
Was? There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tried of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey.
Was?
I'm sure I need not to spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. Nein, das ist... Hä? Was redet ihr für eine Scheiße zusammen? Worked into a frenzy by hunger. The lion attacked and ate the carpet. Was? The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Was? Was? Was redet ihr für eine Scheiße? Hä? Was? Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Ja, nein. Wie wär's mit nein? Ja, so würde ich auch gucken. Ja, Iris, bitte mach du noch mal. What is the matter with you, Joanne? You're pouring scalding hot tea over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Gorydepp. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Nein! Red doch nicht wie Urianger, bitte! Holy, no! Holmes, soll ich dich aus dem Fenster schmeißen? Was zur Hölle? Schiete dich gleich weg, ey. Indeed, my revelations can make people still spill tears at times too. Weil es so schlecht ist, oder? Ja, gut. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Thou hast the feeling that yours cup will runneth over. Oh no. Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it, again? Well, your deduction just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed. It is the only explanation for the facts. Nein, ist es nicht. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Gorydepp and his maid would have been hurt, or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Tea? Ich weiß gar nicht, also ich trinke immer Tee. Ich sehe das immer. Die geben Löwen immer Tee, ja. Das damit die nachher besser brüllen können und so, weißt? Ah, my dear Miss Susato. It occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great Britain's soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Klar. Ja. Oh, what a glorious notion! Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it is your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight message. That's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it. Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. Yay! Er ist der Durchschnitt IQ. True. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. Of Herlock Sholmes, Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Yay. Okay. Fixen wir mal seine Mistakes. Hold it, Mr. Sholmes. Okay. Ja, also das sind... Irgendwas ist kaputt gegangen. Ich vermute, es war vermutlich halt die Kanonenkugel oder so. What form might be sake? Okay. Und hier kommt's. Die Form des Biestes. So, darf ich gleich korrigieren. Ja, jetzt mit Katana das Solette, yes. So. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Gorytep's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So, what was it then? We must follow Mr. Gorytep's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. Guck mal. Guck mal. Seine Frau. Die Mate ist seine Frau. Oder war es seine Frau? Das ist interessant. Aber ich glaube, Damage wirklich waren die da. Ich glaube nicht, dass sie das gemacht hat. Wie? Ja. Ich glaube, es waren vermutlich eher die da. Das ergibt mehr Sinn, ne? Als das da. Oder schon? The beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that line. Es könnte halt schon sein, dass es das da ist. Weil es ist revealed über das Bild, dass es die andere Frau war, ne? Vielleicht. Gehen wir damit? Oder gehen wir mit der Kanone? Ja, eben. Ich finde halt auch, Beasts scheint ja so lebendes zu sein. Es ist nur so ferocious. Also ich denke, es wäre... Ich glaube, wir nehmen mal das Bild. Seine Ehefrau. Mal gucken, ob das richtig ist. Behind a lion statue and the mantelpiece, almost deliberately hidden from view, is a photograph. Though I have yet to examine it in detail, I can assure you that it holds the answer. Because I'm employing an extremely advanced detection technique called jumping to conclusions, you see. Okay. Alter. What precisely was your intention with that, Mr. Naruto? Just following the natural progression of the deduction. Sometimes the truth hurts. Well, the truth is, you do not have a turn of observation to deduction. Did that hurt? Okay, schade. Das war doch nicht das Lebende gemeint. Ich meine, sie hat 100% was damit zu tun. Yes, a lot. Okay. Aber okay. Aber das ist doch ein Bild, was Hinweise gibt, eben, dass ich glaube, das ist Joanne drauf. Von dem her würde ich sagen, sie waren verheiratet. Oder vielleicht sind sie noch. Sie sind ein Paar, waren ein Paar. Das einzige andere, was ich da sehe, wäre halt das da.
Take that!
The true identity of the beast that tore this room apart is these shells. With their wouldn't melt accomplice, the cannon! But war is good for nothing. It brings only destruction. Something we must all strive to understand.
Okay, das ist auch falsch. Oh, jetzt bin ich verwirrt. Hä? Gibt's noch... War da doch irgendwas anderes? Ich habe nichts anderes gesehen. Ich habe... Hä? Ah, das Bild genau angucken. Ich weiß es nicht. Ich weiß es nicht, ob ich es genau angucken kann. Kann ich das genauer angucken? Oh. Ja, kann ich. Ups. Ah, ich hasse das. Ziemlich doof. Es ist die Maid, ja. What is this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Gurrydepp's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Ah! Dann war es die Bride, I guess. Gab's sonst noch irgendwas? Ich glaube nicht, ne? Will ich das genauer angucken? Ich glaube, die kann ich nicht genau angucken. Nee. Ich finde das halt schwierig. Ich finde das so doof. Es steht halt nicht mehr da, dass man das nochmal genau angucken kann. Aber sonst ist da nichts. Ist noch das da. Nee, sonst ist da nichts. Steht halt auch nur Present und History und nicht, dass ich Sachen eingucken kann. The glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all. But no amount of cracks could hide a woman's plump form. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, she certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Ah, so sagt man dem. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Ah, da ist ein Ring. Oh, look! Have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yes, that's an unusual design. It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. Kann Interit schon mal angucken. Nee. Also würde ich mal sagen, sie's. The Bride. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Gurrydepp. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured. Oh, sehr nett ausgedrückt, Bionoske. We can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Sehr freundlich ausgedrückt. Oh, Indeed. Surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late. The fact remains that the beast which so clearly savaged this room was your wife, Mr. Gurrydepp. Ah! The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Okay, den Teil haben wir schon gehabt. Du bist auch schon Biest. Okay, und jetzt hier ist die Correction. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Gorrydept anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. Ich schätze mal. Fragile, defenseless. I wonder where Mr. Gorrydept's wife could be. Ich meine, da. Warte, ich krieg's hin. Da ist sie. Kann ich unter den Rock gucken? Nee. Oh. Also, ich meine, was? Oh, sie hat sogar Zöpfe. Cute. Kann man. Warte, ich schaff's. Hilfe! Die Steuerung ist vielleicht ein bisschen weird, ne? Eventuell.
Take that!
Der Wedding Ring. Ja. Amazing, oder? Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Gorrydept's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. Deswegen kann sie auch so einen Scheiß anstellen, wie ihn zu übergießen mit heißem Tee. No. You're Mr. Gorrydept's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Gorrydept herself. Oh my. What? Tja. Du kannst das Mail ausgeschmaust ziehen. Nicht? Nee, okay. Well, surely find the detective, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is the wife, yes, my Joanne. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a belly talker. Ah! Wollte er sagen, sie war ein Chonka? What? It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you're a retired army man, yet you're in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's alright, I tell you. I'm the second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are all folly. You mean Mr. Gorrydept has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Gorrydept? Ja, gut. All in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret. Please. Ja, aber. Okay. The raging wife of Mr. Gorrydept. So, was ist das denn das Aftermath? Okay.
Okay. Mr. Shums is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Gory Depp's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mrs. Gory Depp is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then? According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Gory Depp's pain is tangible, though... What could a pose of his really signify? Ja, den... Hä? Warte. Ah! Slapped cheek.
Take that!
Wie Rion aus Ganze dasteht, das ist so gut. Ich liebe es. Oh, herrlich. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. That's a Narkowski slap. Narkowski! Oh Gott, nicht Narkowski again. Oh shit. Oh. Schwester Narkowski. Oh no. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Trent Gory Depp? Oh no! Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ah! How the blazes! How did you work that out, man? Wie der aussieht. Nothing has escaped the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from you. Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you suspected such a violent slap? Weil er die Kanone abgefeuert hat? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Gory Depp to fly into a rage. Jetzt aber die Kanone. Ja. Piles of bills! No. No bills. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for line fodder? Yes, but now we've established that the line never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for grubbing up all the food was Mr. Gory Depp's wife. Mr. Naruhodo! She's a person, not a thing! Wow! Rude! Holy shit! Keine Bilder von Johnny's skin. Taris, no! Well, yes, well... Yo, Ryu! She's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Okay. Oh, what's das? Oh. Oh. Oh, ich sehe schon. Oh, Leute. Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Gory Depp is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. Vielleicht hat er so einen schlechten Witz gemacht, ja. Bestimmt. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, it isn't. It's a note, written in a woman's hand. Ach so, weil es schön geschrieben ist, oder wie? Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature there. Here. Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Sato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Love note. All I wanna do is kiss. Ja, dann ist es das. Das Buch. Ne, ich meine Booknote. Bitteschön. Ich war wütend auf ihn, weil Dinge. Yes, this is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. All the kisses. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note... Oh Gott, guck sie dir an. Ich will mich nicht mit ihr anlegen. Ich ergebe mich. A certain Miss Mary is the fly in the ointment here. Oh. But I don't know the belly woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got here. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah! Yeah. A likely story. Now listen here, Tran, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there. So, the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right! That's what I've been saying! Ah! Oh no. A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman! Look at the name! It's written to James! My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John! Ah! A likely story! Are you questioning my name now? Alter! Junge, what the fuck? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicion of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. Die ist richtig jealous. Holy shit. Der ist tot. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last and unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? Ja, sie hat den gegessen. Warte, Moment. Oh, dearie me. Ja. Sie hat den Teppich gegessen. Moment. Ja, nee. But suddenly Mrs. Gorydepp didn't eat. But surely Mrs. Gorydepp didn't eat the carpet. Ich hoffe nicht. No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray at this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So, this is the last part of Mr. Schaub's seduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mrs. Gorydepp's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes! Also, was können wir... Ist eine Kerze auf dem Boden, ne? Zirkusbill. Candlestick. Guck mal, das ist die Kerze. Da fehlt die. Also war es vermutlich die da. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. Looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. Wait, take a closer look at this. 1, 2. There's one candle missing. Ja, die liegt auf dem Boden. Du blinde Nuss. Heia. Meine Güte. Schlimm. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the 3 missing from its holder? Kann ich den angucken? Nicht gegessen. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. Oh yes, so you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Let's rethink with that in mind. Aber ich glaube, ich muss den Candlestick nehmen, ne? Ergibt das Sinn? Sonst habe ich nicht viel. Ich glaube, es ist schon das da. Nehmen wir das. Ja, wenn die Kerze an sich nicht geht. Huch! Sorry, tut mir leid! Hoppala! Bonk. Sorry, ich wollte dich nicht hauen. Tut mir leid. Yes, to explain the state of the carpet, we need only look at a candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow. And of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack, in which the carpet was devoured, are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Nee, hast du nicht. Lüge! Scorch marks! It would appear that this room was the scene of a little martial altercation. Oh. Miss Gorydepp's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, for the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Nein, das war legit ein Tarkovsky-Slap. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. Ah, sie da stehen. After the sparks of a martial discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Ja, und? Ich weiß immer noch nicht, wie das jetzt unserem Case hilft. Oh. Poor man. Mr. Shamster, I salute you! Don't... Oh, she's strong! Und? Oh, das Buch und? It is dash long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Ja, eben, wie sollen die das gesehen haben? Luckily, There's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material, for which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather close to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt
Here we go again.
And the carpet was thus destroyed by the fire when a candle flew on the floor. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. I couldn't see a belly thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames.
Oh.
You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining.
Wow! Amazing. That's sympathy for you.
Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The belly furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being.
Das dachte ich mir.
Over here, Mr. Gary Depp.
Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Und wie sieht's aus? Ja, gut.
Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me.
Oh. Oh, war das Fenster offen? War das Fenster offen und sie hat ein Messer geschmissen? Oh no! Wenn es gebrannt hat, wirst du vielleicht das Fenster aufmachen, dass du Luft bekommst. So. Vielleicht hat sie Messer aus dem Fenster geschmissen.
What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window, underneath heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride? Ah, yes! Your notorious love of big cats coming through again.
I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest.
Also. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast rampage.
Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again.
It can only be described as a great British wonder.
I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere, and the old stick in fuel fatal.
Out of interest, what time of day was that?
Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think.
So, at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment. And I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing.
Oh, really? Ja. Ich finde schön, dass da jetzt nicht mehr Mage steht, sondern Joanne. Ja, gut. Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garripp's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? Alter, denk doch mal einen Schritt weiter.
Rio, please. I can help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. Nice. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter what. No matter. Oops. It is of far greater importance than you make up your mind now. Sorry? Guck mal, selbst Scholms hat's gecheckt. Selbst Scholms hat's gecheckt. Visiting hours at the prison will be over soon. Hoffe ich doch. Vielleicht auch nicht. Oh no. Is this that time already? Oh, where to accept Mr. Natsume's case? We have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Gorideb. Oh, yes. I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. So Seki-san will be waiting for us. And I'm going to have to give him an answer. Na denn. Let us move. Und zwar in der Sprisen. In die Sprisen gehen wir mal. 19. Februar, Briar Road. Hä, ich wollte zum Prison gehen. Okay. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a car. Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in the front of the Gorideb's house. Was? Wer ist denn? Oh Gott! Kann ich gehen? Oh. Oh. What the fuck? Junge. Das, die Fresse. And know thee not, old man, fall for thy prayers. Warum muss der so reden? Kann der gehen? Ich will nicht. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-locking nimini pimini? Okay. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, and are dreamt of in your philosophy. Oh God. What's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about? What's going on? Excuse me? Eh? What the? Who are you now? I'm sorry, I just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Eh? A lawyer? What? If I can be of your assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Ja, in a boat. Fine. I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet. Okay, was? Get thee to a nunnery. Alter. Do I look like a blooming nun to you?
What the fuck is going on? Was?
I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fairest maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you.
Nein, ich wollte nicht Urioshe reden. Ich will nicht. Ich hasse das. Dummes Kack-Englisch. Oh, das altenglische Scheiße. Wer hat sich das ausgedacht? Kacke.
What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiries, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Goridep residence? Oh, fairies and maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode.
Hä? Warum? Warum?
Mr. Goridep mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a palmist in my battle of words, near could there be. Sorry? Battle, did you say? Who is the strongest, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred for long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances, at least. So fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well!
Was ist hier da los? Ich verstehe nichts. Okay. This is fine. I'm fine. This is fine. Everything's fine.
I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Suzuki-san and that man as lodgers, the Goridep house is certainly full of eccentrics. Es anstrengend. Yeah, very. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaited our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over.
Okay, das ist fine. Wie habe ich ihn geredet? 19. Februar, 6:31 Uhr.
Local prison cell 9.
Mit seinem guten Schnurrbart. Oh, it's you. You here. You came. Lockham student Mr. Naruto Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. Nice.
We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume.
Oh no. Think of nothing of it. Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never falling Nipponese. Oh no. Oh wow. Oh, now let's not get carried away. Is this Sholmes? Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, es ist natürlich Sholmes. Ich wusste es. It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least.
It's you! The miserable rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! Nein, es ist nicht Herlock. Huh. Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material at the Gloomful Room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomfully Room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Weil es Taxes gibt. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Wow! Ah, you! How dare you! Herlock Sholmes! Ich finde die Expressions von ihm mega gut. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunting my spirits and those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is be damned. Oh, okay. Muss der mal so schreien? What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? Damit, Herr Schloss! Yeah. He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's word. Mr. Mustache. Ah! What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings are indeed of tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Dann reden wir mal mit dem. Cursed Trial! Gehen wir fürs Trial erstmal. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by saying what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no. Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean? The trial really is cursed somehow. Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please, tell me! Summarize it, succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. Sind das 16 Worte? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Es sind 16 Worte. Oh shit! Ja. Oh my goodness! Can it really be true? What was 60 words exactly? Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over... Ja, er hat es nur als das Wort geändert. The defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGilted. What? Können wir Sholmes mitnehmen ins Gericht? Das wäre super. Ah, I am impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes. Surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself.
Glaube ich eher nicht.
Oh no, he couldn't have, surely.
Ich finde es lustig.
We have some wonderful notions.
Sorry? Ich merke, dass gerade die Musik von Zieks kommt.
The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Ah, of course he is, then. Why are you trying to scare me?
Ja, es ist lustig.
It should be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis.
Oh. Ja, ja, Jack the Ripper. What on earth do you mean by that?
The Reaper. Oh, shit.
Sollte ein bisschen mehr trinken, wenn ich das Spiel spiele. Dass ich nicht so trockenen Mund bekomme.
Van Zieks is a quite exceptional man, however, in London courts of law. Exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception.
Ah, that's good.
Suzuki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy.
Haben sie? Nee, habe ich nicht mitbekommen. Sie haben es geklärt? Krass. Wer war's denn? Oder waren es mehrere Leute? Brettfahrer gemacht haben, oder wie? Der Hofarzt der Königin? Oh, krass. Okay, das ist heftig. Das ist krass. Sie haben es rausgefunden? Heftig. Nice. Vor allem so viel, so lange her. Also, das ist heftig.
As you are no doubt aware, a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on a letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system, whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. And by any means at their disposal. Contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. Nicht die Imposters! By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, from time to time, my dear madam, it is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright. However, those indicated by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my.
Ja, ich meine, wir waren uns ja nicht sicher. Wir haben ja gedacht, dass McGilded schon schuldig ist. So. Zum gewissen Teil. Wenn wir uns jetzt sicher sind, dass Natsume nicht schuldig ist, dann sollte so oder so nichts passieren. Hoffentlich.
Though the education may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? Ah, by all manners of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled on the passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by a highwayman. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London. I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. Das ist nicht gut. Anyway, I'm a dead, done from doomed. Oh, sad Musik. Was meint er eigentlich? Aber er ist ja gerade erst umgezogen. So, warum ist er umgezogen? Würde ich gerne wissen. When you said cursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. McGarrydepp's house, I assume? Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. Oh no! Hat er social anxiety bekommen. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently, to that room on Briar Road a week ago now. War doch nicht der Hofarzt. Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money. It appealed to me straight away. Wissen es immer noch nicht. Of course. I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Whoops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean, the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. Was? Der Aaron Koschminski. What? Der 150 Jahre alte DNA-Test. Holy shit. Science! Wissenschaft ist geil. Ein Yay for Science! And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded the killer, thrown into prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Oh. Aber sie konnten es nicht hundertprozentig festlegen, weil sowas wie DNA-Test gab's nicht. Okay, krass. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really no one at all. To believe. Yes, to believe. to believe. Believe! Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about a case on the SS Buria, if you recall. The Buria. Ah, that case. Oops, oops. Yeah. The one with the snake? Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe in me? I see, yes, you mean... Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room. Well, if you like, yes. Ja, gut. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Oh Gott, das ist ein Riesentext. Ah, Hilfe. Ja, gut. Ja. Aber wenn er da schon Hauptverdächtiger ist und du halt so eine Evidenz findest, ist halt schon so, okay, gut, vermutlich schon. Sure, you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to believe, then what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I am concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. Das wäre lustig. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Ja, also ganz ehrlich, ja, ich sehe das. So, warum ist dann immer die andere Person schuld, wenn ich doch an die geglaubt habe? Ja, trust betrayed, okay. Aber wenn ich in erster Linie daran geglaubt habe, was ja eine Person mir sagt, ist man schon auch ein bisschen selber schuld. Ich meine, ja. In gewissen Fällen trifft das bestimmt zu. Shadowbringers? Was? Wie, was, wie, wo, hä, was? Ups, das ist nicht der richtige Knopf. Das da. Meaning? Es ist eine gute Sicht. Ganz ehrlich, ich habe so ein bisschen... Das Betrayal of Trust gibt so ein bisschen ich muss halt gerade an Endwalker denken, wo an der einen Stelle dann ein Mail kam, wegen er hat uns betrogen. Shadow, was? Nie von gehört. So. Wo uns der eine Charakter betrügt, in Anführungszeichen. Er hat gesagt, er hat uns hintergangen. So,
Nein, eigentlich nicht. Nicht wirklich. Weil, erstens mal, wenn du dem Charakter auf der Art vertraut hättest, dann bist du erstmal selber schuld, weil wer würde. Außerdem hat er das nicht, hat es von Anfang an gesagt, wie das ablaufen wird. Er hat uns nicht betrogen. Das wäre was selber schuld. Bei mich hat der Charakter, aus meiner Sicht hat der Charakter mich nicht hintergangen. So. Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. Das ist ein guter Satz. Ja, im Endeffekt entscheide ich, wem ich vertrauen will. Und dann bist du schon zum Teil selber schuld. Wenn du eine dumme Entscheidung triffst. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. Look who stood in Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Hör auf, mich so zu nennen. Whether or not I can believe myself. Ob ich da glaube, das, was ich glaube, also ich mein eigenen glauben kann. Hä? Jetzt wird's kompliziert. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Oh, Kazuma! Guck mal, wie er guckt! Shiny eyes. Lol. You were so right, Kazuma. Kann ich dich mitnehmen in den Fall? Das ist ja lustig. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? einfach mal der Typ steht so, ja, lass erst mal essen gehen, ne? Also, weißt du. Oh dear, there is never enough time, is there? Ja, Essen ist viel wichtiger, das ist so. Ja, da steht. Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in a trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Da guckt. Look up to the Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Musik. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. So, und erstmal essen gehen, ne? And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Look us to Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence, until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent... Die Augen sind super. To represent you tomorrow. Shiny! As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end.
Mrs. Sato. Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Gerne. Nice. The shocking events of yesterday's trial will still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believed in me now too. So it's time that I learned to believe in myself. So Seiki's-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster.
Speicherpunkt. Whee!
To be continued. Nice.
Ja, gerne speichern. Nicht A, nicht B drücken, A drücken, ist gut. Frage ist... Mache ich kurz Pause. So I can go eat. Und fangen wir dann mit dem an? Schmave Point! Genau, weil da kommt vermutlich jetzt wieder eine Cutscene oder so. Aber dann habe ich keine Musik hier. Okay, vielleicht gucken wir noch Cutscene an. Ich will irgendwo kurz dann Pause machen mit Musik, ne? Also es kommt direkt Musik. Okay, es kommt keine Cutscene, einfach nur. Ich würde gerne Musik haben. Ah, da muss ich dann wieder Dings channeln, ne? Siegs Voice. 20. Februar, 9:23 Uhr am Morgen. Die Old Bailey Defendants and Chamber. Well, I never expected this. Never Pause. So, jetzt. Pause! Ich mache mal eben kurz Pause. Ich glaube, ich muss bei so Projekten, wo ich so viel lese, mehr Pausen machen. Dass meine Stimme nicht so schnell an den Arsch geht. Irgendwann lese ich einfach alles nur noch mit meiner Stimme vor. Das ist auch schon anstrengend genug. Ha. So. Also wir machen kurz eine Viertelstunde Pause. Das wäre, sagen jetzt 20 nach. Das heißt bis 5,5. Machen bis 5,5 Pause. Und ich lasse euch aber hier die Musik an. Bis gleich. Wenn ich Pause-Screen finde. Stimmübung. Ja, machen wir mal eine Stimmübung in den Pausen und so. So, jetzt aber wirklich Pause. Na, ihr Nasen. Es geht. Bin zu schnell. Für Nase. Ich mag das Emote. Ich benutze es sehr gerne. So, hier wo. Da. Ey, Kamera. Ah, da ist die Kamera. Hallo, Kamera. Ja. Ich muss irgendwann noch die anderen Animated Emotes machen. Aber jetzt schon Angst davor. Oh no. Ja, anyway. So, machen wir den Fall. Mal gucken, ob wir den heute fertig schaffen. Ich glaube eher nicht. Nee, ich glaube, das wird zu lange dann. Ja, wir gucken mal. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it would be life-changing. Taris, no! Why? Ja, ich plane für den Fall der Fälle einen weiteren Stream ein. Ich meine, es kommt danach bestimmt noch ein Fall. Hi, ja. Pass auf, das war jetzt nicht dich fallen, ey. Was? In which case, treating it as research may seem a little krass. Krass! Ging gut. Ja, aus. Manu. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! Hallo. Ah, Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Nur dich verlassen. Ja, geht schlecht, ich weiß. Vor allem, da wir nicht so viele Plattformen haben, an denen man runterfallen kann, gerade in 14. Irgendwann, irgendwo, bestimmt. Oh dear. Oh, you're right. Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. Oh ja, die sind wirklich... Sogar so kleine Details drin, geil. Krass. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I recall not... but I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early. But I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. Das verstehe ich auch, das kenne ich. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literally people take things so literally? Anscheinend. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. Nase, nicht. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Aber jetzt tremblest du. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. Oh. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mr. Sato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So, that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Bestimmt wegen Scholms. Bestimmt.
Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Siegs? Is that right, Mr. Sato?
Das bin ich auch Part davon.
Oh. I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Siegs is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now. In fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Siegs' return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilted. What a harrowing experience that was.
Ich hoffe, dass das hier nicht so lange wird.
I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the questions the paper are asking, and they are also speculating various answers. Mundane, Bert! Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I mean no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it.
Oh. Hallo. Bin ich wieder da? Scheint wieder okay zu sein. Was habt ihr verpasst? Hier. Das da ist passiert. Ich weiß nicht genau, wo ich null war. Wo ich Upload gestorben ist. I don't know. Machen wir weiter.
Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously. The reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago.
Man hat alles gesehen, okay. Ich hab's also genug gemerkt.
Yes, I agree. Look, Mr. Naruto Esquire. It's you!
Me? What?
Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times, it is you who stands against the legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper!
Please.
I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. Das ist die neue Expansion für Feinde. Okay, nee, lass mir das.
Was?
I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation.
Nicht Nase, no. Ah! Sie
It can only be another example, Mr. Naruto, of your uncommon bad luck.
Thanks for that.
This is just bad luck. Why must I Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive.
Wow, das ist jetzt auch rude. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student new to London, with little in the way of experience or skill, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, benevolent lucky student, Mr. Naruto Esquire.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume.
Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, when again? Wird nimmer okay. Lass mal das. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant Miss Mikotaba Squires. Okay. I'll be your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. Oh god. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Uh-oh. So it begins. Alright then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go. Yeah. Yes! Oh. Das wird lustig. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Schwert ziehen. Zieh ich denn irgendwas Schwert? Zieht Rio irgendwann das Schwert? Oder macht er Rio? Ey, warte mal. 20. Februar, 10 Uhr morgens. Die Old Bailey Courtroom. Hallo, da sind wir wieder. Oh no! Ja, ich habe gesehen, wer ein Ding sitzt. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsel of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. Okay. The defense is ready, my lord. Hallo, da sind wir schon wieder. The Japanese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. I'm an amateur. Do you have a point? Be a compatriot. You feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Er hat schon wieder eine Wein da. Junge. Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Ja gut. He is today acquitted, and his unfortunate, violent end. Ja gut. Guck mal, wer da oben sitzt. Leute, die wir schon mal gesehen haben. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Yeah, okay. Bruce Fairplay. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh no! Well, oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Also. Oh no! Warum ist sie da? I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that a mustached foreigner did the deed. Das ist so... Die ist doch voll fein genommen. Ist nicht fair. Come on. What are we waiting for? Not up, she did it anyway. Sorry. I didn't quite catch that. Toll, wir haben einen Taubentyp. Toll, schön. Aha. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes,
Die roten Bäckchen.
regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act.
Nein, wirf doch! Das arme Glas.
Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst! Bloody oath they are! Just look at that subtle complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese.
Oh no.
Come on! Let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry. Kein Geldstart.
Wow, das geht ja schon gut los. Mal wieder.
Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in the great chamber.
What the fuck, Lord Van Siegs? What the fuck, Van Siegs?
Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspection, please.
Der Inspekt... Nein! Nein! Hör doch auf, Leute hinzustellen, bei denen ich eine Kackstimme gemacht habe. Ach, nö! Hate this. I hate this.
Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector, Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector?
RIP, ja.
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s.
Lol, wie sehen die aus? Was ist das für eine Frisur?
By the name of Olive Green.
Olive Green.
I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes. Having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since.
What? Oh, no. Hilfe! No, Moment. Oh, no. Oh, no, no. Moment. Rip, mein Rip. Moment. Hallo, ich hab eingesteckt.
So they don't even know who she is for sure.
Eigentlich kann ich den Controller auf den Tisch legen und einfach A drücken. Ich muss den gar nicht in der Hand halten. So. Free Chase Hands! Plugged in! Ey! Haas, please, stop.
Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern students, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector.
Ja, aber ich habe den das letzte Mal irgendwie vor 3 Wochen geladen, also. Passt schon. Ich lade den ja nicht so oft. Ich lade den wirklich nur, wenn er gerade sagt, Er hält schon lange.
Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map.
Ich mag ja den Inspektor eigentlich sehr. Ich vermisse Gumshoe.
As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide throughout fare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street.
Wir haben ja nicht rausgefunden, wer das denn so ist.
Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stepped to the back.
Klar.
Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals.
Alter, seine Stimme ist scheiße.
But being unconscious as she is, We've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far.
Der englische Kasiner ist Vorfahren von Gumshoe bestimmt. Aber ich glaube, der ist nicht so unfähig wie Gumshoe, ehrlich gesagt.
Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept these documents as evidence, if you please.
Okay, thank you. Ich habe gerade keine Lust. Warte, ich muss jetzt gucken. Also wir haben die Map. Wir haben... The sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Gaborion, Canterbury Yearnings. Und Incident Report. Details. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound in the back. Victim olive green, female, stout build, early 20s. Location pavement of Briar Road, east side. Reporting officer, Rolly Beat.
Fähiger Polizist, der völlig right gegen mich.
Nee. Additional notes. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested by the following day. Okay. Die Sachen, die wir schon wissen.
What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back.
Klappmesser?
Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now.
With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody could have been able to stab the poor woman. Also... Kann ich irgendwie noch eine Größenreferenz daneben haben? Ich weiß gerade nicht, wie groß das Riesenmesser sein soll. Wie groß ist das Riesenmesser denn? Sieht mir auch wie so ein kleines Klappmesser, aber okay. Ja, genau das ist Seppo.
Even the scratch-looking Suzuki-san, I suppose.
Oh, eine Banane! Banana for reference, ja!
A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript.
A jackknife? Wie groß ist so ein Jackknife? Geh mal googeln. Jackknife. Wie groß ist so ein Jackknife? Ein Klappmesser. Wie groß ein Jackknife aus? Jackknife steht einfach für Klappmesser. Wie groß ist normalerweise so ein Klappmesser? Nicht so groß. Okay, Jackknife ist eigentlich ein großes Taschenmesser. Okay, es ist schon größer, schon nicht so. 5 cm Mini-Schweizer Taschenmesser. Moment, warte, Moment. Bye. Da werfe ich erstmal alles runter. Das kann ich auch gut. Moment. Okay, dann kein kleines Zackmesser. Lustig, weil ich das gefunden hätte. Will's grad nicht. Ja, ich habe eigentlich ein kleines Klappmesser irgendwo in der Welt versteckt, aber ich weiß gerade nicht wo. Kabel, Weg. Hallo! Triggert das Streamer. Ich will es gerade nicht. Ich weiß nicht, was es ist. Ich mein anderes Messer? Nee. Ich hab so ein großes Schweizer Taschenmesser. Aber das ist ja definitiv nicht groß. Und ich habe ein Klappmesser, was eingeklappt etwa so groß ist. Das heißt, du kannst sagen, das wäre dann Doppellänge. Das wäre dann. Aber ist das ein großes Messer? Wenn die Klinge irgendwie. Wenn es so 7 cm Klinge ist das groß? Nee, es ist nicht mal 7. Ich würde sagen, es ist weniger. Ich weiß es nicht. Finde ich schwierig zu sagen. Das ist nicht irgendwie hier, ne? Keine Ahnung. Okay, es ist weg. Whatever. Ich habe es mal bekommen. Das ist irgendwo. Ich habe ein Japan-Messer. Ja, ich meine natürlich einen Cutter. Also eben ein Jackknife ist anscheinend ein großes Taschenmesser. Aber... Okay, vielleicht sagen sie uns noch, wie groß das genau ist. A common or grand jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. A large but commonplace folding knife. Hey, ich kenne Simpsons nicht. Das ist mir falsch. Ich kenne doch nix. Ich kenne mich mit nix aus. Schlimm. Schlimm bin ich. Ich kenne mich... Ja, ich bin schlecht. Tut mir leid. Steht im Court Record jetzt mehr? Warte, ich muss kurz im Court Record. Kann ich das ausklappen? Ja. Oh, die Spitze ist abgebrochen. Oh. Ist die Spitze noch in ihr drin? Das war nicht gut. Ah. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruto. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Mr. Sato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes. You don't think it could still be lodged into the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Könnte auch der Grund sein, warum sie nicht aufwacht. Wenn da ein Messersplitter in ihr drin ist. Aber nehmen wir an, hier ist die Hand. Ja gut, dann ist halt hier vielleicht schon irgendwie nur so. Also ob ich Krokodil dann nicht kenne. Hallo? Was erwartest du von mir? Ich kenne doch nichts. Ich bin ungebildet, es tut mir leid. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? Afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get much out much. Wo bin ich hier gelandet? Bei unwissenden Leuten. Hallo! At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim. Ich kenne dafür alle Marvel-Filme, wenn das hilft. Hä?
Yes!
Was machst du schon wieder? Hey ja, Rio, what the fuck? If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Okay, lass ich gerade so durchgehen. Yay! Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Nein, du hast doch... Da wirft er einfach die Flasche weg. Was für ein Ass. Das war doch, die war doch noch gut. Manu, wann sieg's? Nicht, dass ich sie trinken würde, aber Okay. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. Da hat bestimmt noch irgendwer da oben getroffen. So bang, Flasche am Kopf. So scheiße. Die sah teuer aus. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. Wie kann... Nein, was? Hiya. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Ich steck irgendwo fest mit... Ah, da. Ah! Hey! Ist mal irgendwas im Weg. Hilfe. Ich versuche hier normal hinzusitzen. Please. Ja, nee, nicht hinter Van Siegs stehen oder sitzen. Scotland Yard does not arrest people without a good cause. That should be beyond question. Ja, und? Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest a Nipponese student. Taris, nein! Ich weiß es nicht. Yes, sir! Erstmal was trinken. Ich habe jetzt eine frischen Chips. Meine sind nur Chips, aber you know. Taris bonkt dies selber. Mr. Natsume is arrest. Yay! As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusual light fog. Fog? Okay. And visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Thus being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and he found the bloke to arrest him. Okay. All the books, you say? A Bild. Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here in the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Oh, eine tote Frau! Erstmal Bild machen. Okay, das ist doch ein größeres Messer. Liegt auch komisch da. Ah, yes. I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. Das sind die 3 Bücher, hä? I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Yay. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Ja, frage ich mich auch. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Siegs, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato? To go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Miss Naruhodo? Mr. Ups. Ja, die hat ausgesagt, er war schlechte Lady. Was, Moment. Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. Das lese ich jetzt nicht mehr vor. Stach, die ich schon mal gelesen habe, lese ich nicht nochmal. Ja, vor allem, ja, wir sind in die gleiche Richtung gegangen. Ja, Susanne muss wieder carryen. Ja, die hat bestimmt Rückenschmerzen.
A green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them. Just the two of us.
Okay, lass mal das. Caprice de Dieu-Werbung und so. Hat mich zerstört.
The victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman.
Ich habe immer noch eine Idee, was passiert sein könnte. Ja, anscheinend hat der Polizist ja was gesehen.
A fact that the accused concedes.
Meine Vermutung ist immer noch, dass das Fenster offen war und dass die anderen ein Messer geschmissen hatten, das die getroffen hat.
It seems this cross-examination would be proved to be a provisional counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord.
Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance.
Mache ich jetzt einfach einen Guide auf? Nee, das mal doch. Okay. And was should I fork? Keine Ahnung, wir pressen einfach mal.
Hold it!
A light fog, you say? Well, a light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. So, how quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate.
I see.
At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of the arm. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Sato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look and listen.
However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
This is reasonably good and there was no one else about to be doing the accused. Pressen einfach überall.
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend. Because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us.
Ah, yes. Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he?
That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That's correct, ma'am.
Oh, no. Then we must hear their testimony.
Yeah, the prosecution will of course call them to the stand, should it be necessary.
But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog may have been, no one could have seen.
I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Ah! The prosecution believes that there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime.
Keine gute Sicht eben, wenn man seine ausgestreckte Hand nicht sehen kann. So. Dann sieht man mich nicht mehr. Guck mal. Warte, Moment, so funktioniert das nicht.
Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness.
Ist nicht mehr als eine Funzel. Dazu kommt, wenn du ein Licht hast, ist das sogar noch schlimmer mit Nebel. Dann siehst du ja weniger. Weil der Nebel das ganze Licht reflektiert. Das geht ja gar nicht.
Which means we really need to hear those witnesses' statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Man, lots of shield collapsed on the pavement.
Hold it!
Are you well pressing? From behind, you say? That's right. As I can see from this print.
Ah ja, Stimme schon bei dem.
Aha! Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition, comatose no less. I'm afraid so, my lord, yes. She's been treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started, so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems.
Chai-Latte, wenn man sie braucht.
You nein! On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly white eyes, I'm afraid.
Ryu, mach doch nie wieder Sachen.
The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings, Thank you, fine, it's all there, the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, there are 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were.
Ja. Worte. Schwierig.
Irreparably damaged after falling in the stove cars.
Okay.
The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Miss Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes?
Those being numbered. What? So we have a bookshelf seems.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, I understand. So I understand. Shop full of of all the English literature. I commend the excuse on the lofty suspect matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Ist das wichtig? Ist das wichtig? Nicht, dass das wichtig ist. Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the streets map again, I'm afraid. Oh, doch, das ist gut. Das ist gut, okay, das ist gut. Ja, wir wissen, wo das war. Okay, der war da. I see. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused's lodgings is this place here. Bourbon Books. Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. Ah! War noch nicht halt Deutsch. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Runter und rüber. Ja. Something like this. Yeah, okay. Okay. Das ist schon mal gut. Das ist jetzt was, das wird aktualisiert. Ah, das steht jetzt da. Da steht jetzt beim Books, da steht sein Lodgings und da ist das, was passiert ist. I see. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being... Warte. Da! Der war nicht da. Der war nicht. Das heißt anders. Das heißt, ja, Books. Ja, Books. Jo, Books. Jo, Books. Oder so. Aber der Name, wo der gerade... Der Name... Da, warte. Ich gehe mal auf Map. Da. Bourbon Books. Das ist nicht der... Er war nicht da. Das heißt, der Name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to it formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe? Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes! It would be a very important clue. Wow. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please, revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? Okay, das heißt, wir gehen... Okay. He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a second-hand bookshop he apparently patronizes. Da kann man eigentlich hier dann präsenten. Und zwar unser Recipe. Receipt, nicht Recipe. Recipe ist das anderes. Das ist kein Rezept. Receipt
So ein anderes. Ein Rechen. Ups. Nee, dann mache ich das doch einfach.
Objection.
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine? Oh, they call me Sunshine. How nice. I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books! Your Books? Your... Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. What? Der Blick, super. Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. Just that... Well... It's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection.
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And the receipt proves it.
Objection!
Next objection. Yes, for whatever difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection.
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this place. Please, 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 nicht place, please. The defendant had been returning from a Bourbon Books. Then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take it into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My. It rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, is there? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. It could be! You know, maybe, I don't know. Inspector Gregson, where is your book's establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. Und das ist? It turns out that Your Books... It's just here on the exact corner of Mersham Street, going east. Okay. Es könnte entweder zwischendurch gegangen sein oder er ist außenrum. As you can clearly see now, he could have taken like any other. Oh. F. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regales us with such witticism. To your future career in the circus. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. There's still 2 ways. If the accused is going home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books. Ja, nicht unbedingt.
Noch einen anderen Weg gegangen sein. There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Ich meine, der ist da hinter ihr gelaufen, von dem her. Das wissen wir eigentlich schon. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Oh, das wussten wir ja, dass er... egal, whatever. Allow me to reiterate from my learned. If somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Ey! Junge. Mach doch nicht die ganze Zeit Gläser kaputt. Was ist dein Problem? Hi, ja. Whether the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. F. As I suspected, you can't fool me. And I don't suggest you try. Ach nö. Nein, ich will nicht hinein. Oh. What I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon. Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Nein. Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... Nix, but... Er war hinter ihr. Das hat er uns gesagt. Nee. Er war hinter ihr. Wir wissen das. I think I better leave it alone for now. Also... Ich weiß noch nicht... Er hat ihr gesagt, er ist hinter ihr gelaufen. Ich weiß nicht, ob das richtig war. Very well. If the defense has no rebuttal here. Mr. Naruhodo, as I said before. Aber er lief doch hinter ihr. Wir wissen... Ah, okay. Dann blöffen wir halt wieder, I guess. Können wir so gut. Yes, I realize that, but sometimes the best way to fight is to nothing, you know? You're right. What am I talking about? Doing nothing won't get us anywhere. It wasn't sitting right with me anyway, aber...
Objection.
Er hat doch gesagt, dass er hinter ihr gelaufen ist und sie am Überholen war, als sie hingefallen ist. Ich verstehe nicht, wie... Hä? Das Spiel macht mir gerade Kopfschmerzen. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed.
Hold it!
Okay. First, we must deal with the inexcusable tardiness of your objection.
Das ist Gemeinspiel. Das kannst du nicht tun. Du kannst nicht von mir verlangen, dass ich das... Das ist rude. Beleidigt. Das finde ich okay. Spiel sagt mir... Spiel sagt mir, also basically, das Spiel hat mir gerade keine Option gegeben. Die Option, nichts zu tun, ist falsch. Das Spiel zwingt dich dann, die Option trotzdem zu nehmen. Ich mache einen Einwurf. Krieg dafür einen Punkt abgezogen. Was soll der Scheiß? Das ist nicht fair. What the hell? Das ist nicht okay. Nee. Mann. Dummes Spiel. What?
Mr. Naruhodo, remember, it's time to fight back. I don't know what's worst, the court penalty or Susato-san's piercing stare. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your book to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. Force damage ist toll, ja. Ja, hier kommt er auch durchgehen. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodging without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Das war ein Raid-Wide AOE, weißt du?
Der Raid-Wide!
Okay.
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course.
Du bist der Clown, hallo?
However, I feel compelled to point out that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take the longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
But! Ah, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questionings. He claims he has no recollection. Buts! Ganz viele Buts. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home.
Toll. Nice. Good. Man. Okay. I don't believe this. The same.
I thank you, my learned friend, and just suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around the subject.
So many buts.
Pray, what say you insightful jurors?
Nicht wieder die Churros.
But even if that is the case... Yeah, I agree with Lord Six wholeheartedly, and in every way.
What? I don't believe it. Does this mean...
We members of the jury are completely convinced now.
Oh shit.
Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings on the court. Guilty.
Oh.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Oh, er hat einen italienischen Akzent. Tut mir leid. Oh, F. Das lief gut. Scheiße.
Hey, ja. It would appear that jury's learnings is unanimous.
Manu. Good trial. Yes.
Ah.
Gut funktioniert.
To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo. Ich möchte gerne wissen, warum ihr denkt, er sei guilty. Please, tell me. Ah! Sorry. Ich versuche gerade das Mikro ein bisschen aus dem Weg zu bekommen.
No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of a query not yet willing to give up and die. As I presume, you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense prerogative to carry out as a summation examination of if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whisper neighbors and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley.
Er mag mich einfach nicht.
Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty.
Okay.
For pity's sake, that led Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it cannot only have been the victim? The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can you just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing.
Your books?
Yes, nice shop that.
But bourbon books?
Not worth your visit.
Hä? Gib mir doch Gründe!
With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes.
Gründe werden überbewertet, das stimmt.
Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
Why did he have to run away like that?
Because he's a coward.
And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want the farce to try to continue, yes, I know, I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination.
Erstmal muss ich aus denen, die mir nicht wirklich eine Antwort gegeben haben, eine Antwort bekommen.
Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Junosuke. You can do it.
Da steht er da. Ich will da gucken, wie der jetzt ja gleich da hinten steht, ne? Okay. Also da hat gesagt, dass er wegrennt. Let a woman in green collapse before his eyes. The man wouldn't have gone. Yeah, this is a bookshop, not in winter. Ja. Das ist nicht wirklich eine Antwort. Er hat mir keine Antwort gegeben. Also ich möchte gerne, dass er mir eine klare Antwort gibt. Bevor ich da irgendwas aufeinander... Der letzte hat mir auch keine Antwort gegeben.
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too. And so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can afford to take time off. I know if I don't work, I don't eat. I need to do the wife and the kids.
Oh, I see.
That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what the need's doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hot slog from dawn to dusk it is.
So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you?
That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was.
What?
Another coincidence? That's right. Meersham Street it was.
Industrialisierung, eine tolle Zeit. Yeah.
Meersham Street.
On the map, Mr. Naruto, there are only 3 named streets.
Draw number 5. I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point of that? Can't we just get this business over with now?
Please, sir, it's important.
Fine, I'll do it then.
Okay. Und der letzte hat mir auch keinen. Du hast mir auch keine klare Antwort. Kannst du mir auch bitte noch eine klare Antwort geben? Und dann kann ich gucken, was ich abkehren will. Sorry, fault it, you say? Fault what? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you were all talking about.
And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and I would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you were all talking about.
Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Oh yes. No mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had.
What do you mean?
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on ice and bumped my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road?
That's right. I believe in Cornpipe, you see. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your box.
Juror number 6, I must insist. And you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant.
Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now.
Same. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree. It's the relevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something.
Gib dir mal ein Hörgerät!
Schwierig. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruto. Cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Also was mir auffällt, wenn jetzt der Typ, der draußen arbeitet, könnte ich gegen... Der eine hat gesagt, es ist kalt draußen.
Was war der da, hä? Man couldn't have gone around the house. House is in his way back. Not in winter. Okay. On the day it happened, I was digging up Mersham Street from dawn till dusk. Also er war die ganze Zeit draußen und er sagt, da nie draußen arbeiten. Draußen sein. Okay. Ich glaube, das ist okay.
Objection.
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel. I swear yourself. Please, no point. It wasn't me, I swear. I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? How do you what do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implication of what's been said on our map of the local area. Das schön, wie einfach läuft, ne? Das ist cool. Ah, rot, nicht rot, böse aus, Internet, nein. Danke. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. That's the style, yeah, it's cool. And on the same day, we now know that there were workings being carried out on Mersham Street, making it impassable. Oder so. Könnte halt zwischendurch gegangen sein, aber you know. Das ignorieren wir. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mersham Street and down Briar Road. Der lucky shot. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more out of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. Okay. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right there. Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. Yay! Ich auch. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes. I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue, so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Okay. Yay! Bloop. What about you, sir? Oh, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Jetzt müssen wir noch 2 gegeneinander aufspielen. Well done! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruto. That was wonderful. Well, I've managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Was wäre denn das zweite? Yes, and we will and it would prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current learnings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Van Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Okay. Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Er ist hingefallen. I knocked myself clean out. Wir müssen einfach hier so gucken. If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why it can only have been the victim. Der Typ hat auch grün an. Und er ist ausgerutscht. Es ergibt gar keinen Sinn. Es ergibt gar keinen Sinn. Aber you know. I guess, es könnte auch der alte Mann gewesen sein. Der war ja auch im Bookshop und könnte gleich einen Weg runtergegangen sein. Also. Guess.
Objection.
Weiß nicht, was so richtig ist. Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2. Juror number 6. My, what do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact, of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of all this. The poor young woman was stabbed, obviously.
Objection.
Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror's number 6 account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, well, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets of in the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness, you mean? That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat, whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes, was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes? After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that! Also, wir gehen keine Szene, es hat sogar, die Bücher sind ja da. Oh, das sind natürlich andere Bücher. My goodness me! Hm? Sorry? You need a pee? Nein! Putz dir mal deine Ohren! And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back from his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly The crime scene on Briar Road, where the woman was stabbed, was not in his way home. Oh mein.
Also ergibt alles keinen Sinn. Ah. Also ergibt alles keinen Sinn. Ich bin absolut verwirrt. Was ist hier los? Ah, mein Güte. Endlich ergibt alles keinen Sinn. Das ist gerade mein Vier.
You did? Oh man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what are you thinking wearing such a befitting coat? What do you say to me?
Big Stretch. Sehr big Verzweiflung, aber ja. Big Stretch. Okay.
Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice?
Ja, es ist.
Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and to wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it?
Und sogar eine schöne pinke Weste. Lady?
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your learning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you. I want you. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Ah! Oh, das ist wieder ein netter Obi. Ich finde die Lippen einfach so lustig für Leute. Schmeckt man sich so Lippen? Mache ich das immer falsch? Muss ich mir auch so Strich machen, basically. War lustig. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. Diese Animation. Ich liebe die. The eyes 2, the nose 4. The eyes. Eyes! Eh. So the nose have it, not guilty they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue. Yay.
Objection!
Hi, na. Oh, er trinkt auch davon? Ich dachte, er wirft das nur weg. Krass. Nein! Oh. Die Musik. Alter! Musik ist einfach geil. Die Musik ist einfach geil. Ich habe gehört, dass der diese Musik macht, auch an Pokémon Arceus. Arceus. Wie auch immer man es richtig ausspricht. I don't know. Ich sag Arceus, weil ich glaube, das klingt nicht so scheiße. Ja, Arceus. Arceus klingt doof. Arceus. I guess. I don't know. Das hat anscheinend auch damit gemacht. Pokémon Legends! Ja, genau, danke, Elsa. Da habe ich, glaube ich, auch damit gemacht und Sound geschrieben. Ich freue mich voll. Ich weiß noch nicht, ob ich das einfach für mich spiele oder so. Keine Ahnung, weiß ich nicht. Sehe ich dann. Wenn ich Bock habe, vielleicht stream, vielleicht auch nicht. Gucken. Legends kann man wenigstens aussprechen, das stimmt. Pokémon! Nee, okay, lass mal. Lass mal das. Du spielst es gerade? Oh, ich hab's noch nicht. Ich habe zu viele Spiele, die ich spielen muss. Mal gucken, ob ich das einfach für mich spiele. Vielleicht. Es kommt dann eh noch was Lustiges. Ich mach bald irgendwann mal. Vielleicht. Wird dann irgendwann mal starten. Mache ich mit Kitty was. Erstmal bei ihrem Stream. Aber da darf ich nur doof labern. Das ist okay. Ja, die ist die doof labert. Hui. Aber war da auch etwas. Vermutlich Pokémon-related. Ich freue mich schon. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my Hello Chalice moments after raising an objection? Ich auch. Das kenne ich irgendwie ein bisschen, ja. Ich gucke mal nicht auf meine Spieleliste. Ich wollte mir schon lange eine Spieleliste machen, aber ich habe die immer noch nicht fertig. Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the courtesy. Lord Van Zeeks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet, we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Starboard juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir. That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Japanese friend, tell me. Do you really have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represent? Nein. Well. If I'm honest, I don't have a clue. No. Lost Judgment, Horizon Zero Dawn. Death Door. Death Door spiele ich vielleicht auch mal. Das ist ja gerade im Game Pass. Da muss ich gucken, dass ich da mal angucke. Death Door spielen. Und es ist nach einem Scout Sword. Der Scout Sword ist bei mir auch noch. Aber das ist halt so momentan ein... Wenn ich Bock habe am Samstag... Wenn ich Bock und Zeit habe am Samstag. Ich habe Death Store ja auch gesehen und ich finde Artstyle-mäßig... Ah, es ist so cute! Oh mein Gott, ich muss es nur mal spielen. Game Pass Stuff. Ich habe so... ich muss so viel Game Pass Spiele mal spielen. Ich weiß auch noch, wie viel ist 2 Yards? 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Moment. Gibt es das Spiel einmal in amerikanische Variante und einmal in europäisch? Weil sie müssten ja das da dann übersetzt haben. Weil America be like, what? 2 yards ist weniger als 2 Meter. Okay. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Series S, ja. Schwieriger. Die kann man mieten, glaube ich, hab ich gehört. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Wie? Well, you can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? Oder sie haben sie... Könnte auch sein. Vielleicht... I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. I would just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. Oh. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ah! Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Doofe Nase. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man. Old man? You can't talk. You said that at around 5 o'clock,
On the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about the Vega, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Ja, gut. Das läuft. Ich finde, es läuft alles supi. Supi. Mann, ey. Ich frage mich gerade, ob wir das noch fertig schaffen. Ich hoffe, es gibt einen Speicherpunkt.
Order! Order! Lord 16, explain yourself. My lord.
Alles läuft super. Ja, mega.
If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not profit during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel.
Oh, oh! Er macht ernst. Scheiße.
So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over.
What? What are you talking about?
My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call his next witness to the stand.
Granted. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Enough talk. Have these. Its next witness says.
Mr. Naruto, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident.
Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less.
I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
Alright. What a man! No matter who 16 brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what to say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent.
Hallo, Linko! Hello!
Hi, Schminko. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Ups, das ist der falsche Knopf. Hoppala! Uiuiui. Alter, was echt eine Lady! Der Polizeityp pennt ein.
Witnesses, please state your name and occupations for the court.
Der hat bestimmt irgendwas gesehen zwischen dem Pennen. Sind das Geschwister? Die tragen den gleichen Schal. Both cute, though. Der ist sehr vertrauensvoll. Ich glaube an ihm. Der ist sein fucking Hut-Dings dann. Warte, ich mach mit. Okay, was war das? Da hat bestimmt was gesehen, ja. Okay. Wake up! Wake up! Was? Nein, was? Hä? Keine Ahnung, weil er sleepy ist und kauen will. Die Musik! Die Musik! I can't. What? The Rolly! Rolly Beat. Kannst du mal Rolly Beat, sir? Nothing to report on the street, sir. Also. Und da pennt er wieder ein. Alter, ist dann narkoleptisch. Was ist mit dem los?
And I'm Miss Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm his young town hero's wife.
Okay. Wie alt seid ihr? 12? What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we have not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
Hä? No. It was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired.
Hardly surprising. With being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beach is the most demanding work in the world.
Oh, really?
I'm sure I've heard that before, actually.
Indeed. Apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. Taubt! Press taubt! And they patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean, and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights.
There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all.
I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. Also.
But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat.
Ich muss eigentlich mal kurz gucken, wie alt die Leute sind.
For the London Lab, Bobby is a man of honor.
Man of Sleep passt, glaube ich, mit. Warte, mal kurz. Einen Moment. Joanne ist 38. Er ist 46. Der Scholms ist 34. So. Doch, 34. Ah, er ist voll alt! Was ist mit dem los? Warte. Scholms ist älter als Van Siegs? Was? Das ist so weird. Ne, warte, ich will gucken. Wir wissen nicht, sie ist irgendwo Anfang 20, wurde gesagt. Rolly Beat ist 23 und sie ist 21. Holy fuck. Bisher, ja. Der hat sich gut gehalten, der Scholms. Ja, true. Guck mal, ohne Scheiß. Und wenn du die Bilder anguckst, könntest du meinen, die haben das vertauscht. Scholms wäre irgendwie Anfang 20 oder so im Vergleich zu wie er aussieht. I don't know. Der Scholms! Und er lebt ja auch besser halt immer noch. Er lebt mit Iris Watson, ne? Wilson, wenn die nicht Watson wissen. Iris Wilson. Die ist fucking 10. Ich weiß auch nicht, was da los ist. Keine Ahnung. Verwirrt. And the man of slumber. Yes, okay.
On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rolly? Sein Helm ist auch ein bisschen kaputt. Constable Rolly Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. Kann er auch einen anderen Satz? Nice. What a great witness he's going to be. Yay. This will be horrible. Ah. Okay. Very good. Das ist der einzige Satz, der zählt. Achso. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. Da ist er reingepennt. Das stimmt. Unser Anfangs-Prosecutor war ja ein Vorfahre von... Wie heißt der in den anderen Teilen? Der erste, den du hast? Der mit seine Haare rüberklatschen muss. Wie heißt denn der schon wieder? Ich guck schnell. Ich weiß doch die Namen davon nicht mehr. Das ist so lange her. Ich kann jetzt mit dir starten und kurz gucken, aber nee. What the witnesses saw.
It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, 2 silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, then the other scattered something before running off.
Ja, aber ganz ehrlich, Edgeworth, same. Edgeworth hat auch so feine Boss-Dynamics. Der Pain! Stimmt, Pain ist es. Pain! Alles aus! Pain ist absolut herrlich. Pain is a pain in the ass.
We went straight over, of course, and then we went for help at a nearby police box.
Phoenix war immer der feine Boss zu Phoenix. Phoenix. Edgy Poo. Ja, genau, Phoenix hat Phoenix das auch. Aber die kannten sich ja auch. Das war ja irgendwie auch noch ein bisschen Rivalität bei denen. Aber Edgy Poo. Ganz ehrlich, das erste Spiel, der letzte Fall ist absolut geil. Der war geil. Der war richtig gut. Original Dracula. Karma. Ich hasse Karma. Karma ist so schlimm. Wann Karma, Alter? Ja. Wann Karma ist Original, wann Siegs, ey. Von Karma ist schlimm. Von Karma war das, yeah. Ich freue mich nicht auf diesen von Karma von dem Spiel. Manfred von Karma ist so schlimm. Ich meine, seine Tochter ist nicht besser, aber er ist so schlimm. Oh, nee. Ich möchte gar nicht erst wissen, was wir hier für einen Endboss bekommen.
It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day.
Toll, dass er halt gar nichts sagt. Okay. Well, it's an extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Ich habe eine Frage. Taris, hast du den Film gesehen? Den Ace Attorney Film? Ich hab den mal geguckt, wir haben den bei Lizzie geguckt gehabt, als wir bei Lizzie waren. Und das ist halt so das typische, wir haben Real-Life-Verfilmung gemacht. Aber ganz ehrlich, der ist halt sogar noch gut. Weil ich durch den ganzen Film, der Film ist super, ich kann den empfehlen, gerade wenn du das Spiel kennst. Es ist ein bisschen anders aufgebaut, so von den Fällen her. Es ist wie das erste Spiel, grob die Fälle ein bisschen anders, aber es ist so gut. Weil du einfach auch diese Situation, es gibt eine Situation im Film, wo ich muss jedes Mal lachen, wenn ich die sehe. Wo einfach Phoenix dasteht, irgendeine Scheiße sagt. Das ist die von Karma, das ist die Tochter. Die mit der Peitsche ist die Tochter von Karma. Das andere ist Manfred. Manfred von Karma. Das ist ihr Vater. Der ist brutal. Und schlimmer als sie. Es gibt einen Moment im Film, wo Phoenix dann wirklich Scheiße labert. Also wirklich richtig Scheiße, irgendwas richtig obvious Scheiße sagt. Und einfach alle Leute im Gerichtssaal umfallen. Als Reaktion. Und ich finde das so passend. Es ist so gut. Es ist so dämlich und ich liebe es so sehr. Ich kann nicht. Das ist so gut. Es hat halt die gleiche Energy wie die Spiele. Einfach so dumme Sprüche. Bis so, Phoenix, du Idiot. Ich liebe es. Compelling.
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Miss Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternate cause of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's definitely null, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate chancing. And on your wedding anniversary too.
Ich weiß nicht, vielleicht wenn Leute Bock haben, kann ich auch die anderen Teile mal noch, also die ersten 3, Phoenix Wright, Justice for All und das andere machen. Aber da kenne ich halt die Fälle meistens schon und ich würde, glaube ich, da würde ich halt legit, das ist da Trials and Tribulations, genau. Da würde ich aber wirklich dann einfach ein Dings nebenher aufmachen, einen Walkthrough, dass ich die kleinen Fehler nicht wieder mache, die ich beim ersten Mal gemacht habe. Aber storymäßig sind es halt trotzdem cool. So, einfach so als Story-Games.
Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses are the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying on their oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. Kacke! Bitte. Das ist nicht gut. Sollte ich nicht hören! Mann. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Das sieht nicht gut aus. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay. Pressen wir einfach mal wieder auf alles? Ich glaube. Das ist so fies, dass ich es einfach nur noch 4 habe. Ich hasse das Game. Ich hasse, wenn das Game dir Force Damage gibt. Ja, das ist wirklich größer. Ah, das ist ein Polizist. Ja. Hä? Und? Nee, nichts damit zu tun. Vielleicht ist er auch besoffen. Wer weiß. Na, also dann pressen wir einfach mal alles wieder mal. Wedding. Was meinst du, das war nicht Change? No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Rory looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling?
Sag du wieder den gleichen Satz wie vorher? Oh nein, nicht. I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Oh, er kann reden. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly. I much prefer your uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes.
Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. No. Uniform. Was? Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? Manfred voicen? Wie würdest du Manfred voicen? Das musst du mir nachher mal zeigen. Also, vorsprechen, I guess. Was? Irgendwie so. That's right, yes. Although I was fit with the drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, what, sir? As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. Okay. Deep and evil! So. What's that now? Ich bekomme keine Deepen Voices hin. Warum wohl nicht? Nee. Ich kann noch höher machen. Merkt ihr, wenn meine Stimme keinen Spaß hat, wenn ich versuche, tiefe Stimmen zu machen.
My wearing card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir! And for such noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. Oh, okay. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir! Just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Speed puts up with a lot, being married to a Bobby like me. Oh god. I want you to show your wife how much I care. Okay, lass mal das. Wie beide einfach bei beiden die Augen glitzert. Oh, herrlich. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rowdy. Okay. Sure. Oh, what a charming couple. Smooshies. The young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Okay, wenn ich presse, dann kriege ich eins von ihm. Okay. Two silhouettes appear to the fog. Hold it! Two silhouettes. That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road on the opposite direction. Also jetzt sind wir gekommen. There was a rather plump figure following by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in his print, and like Mr. Natsume. Hätte 100 Pro noch den Spitzen im Rücken. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see? There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? Reißt du nicht mal so ein Dem? Yes, that's right, of course. There was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any pedestrian. Okay. Before sleep takes a firm hold, you answer, please. Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a couple who spends all day, every day, keep watch on the streets, I'd swear on it, sir. As I'm sure. As my love for Patricia is true. Oh, Pat! Oh, Rolly! Whee! Again. Okay. Werde ich jetzt das jedes Mal haben. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed? Ich glaube, ich mache noch dieses Cross-Examination fertig und dann lassen wir es, glaube ich, für heute, weil dann wird es spät. And all of a sudden, das muss ich nicht nochmal vorlesen, das habe ich schon gelesen. Da, einfach mal. A scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was in the time. But then, when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see, old books. Yes, sir. The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in his photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did what he did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But I saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. The moustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at that poor, defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please continue. Yes, sir. Oh, okay. Sind wir nur ein? Noch ein. Noch nur zwei. Straight over course, went to help.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. B to go. I was off duty by that point. But the Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Okay. Very laudable, Mr. Bede. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under, so she could go and report. Yet. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple-in-law working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh, please! You're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Hiya. Let's move on, shall we? Das Müde. Das hatte ich heute aber auch den Tag durch. It was definitely the Japanese, the dog Rolly and I both saw him as clearly as day. Das kannst du gar nicht, aber you know. But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? Oh. We absolutely could! Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight. I have, you know. Nein? Was? Okay. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live in it, of course. Oh, it is, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see a hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point now. Would you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. So seht's nicht. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling?
Alter, ist die grob.
Yes. It was the accused and no mistake. The moustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, unmistakable. As far as this complete testimony is concerned, there can't be any questions. It was Soseki's son they saw running away from the scene of the crime.
Ja, was nun?
So, that's it, is it? That's the entire testimony. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Speed saw what they saw. What they say they saw. What?
Ja. Ich kann lesen.
Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that they...
Genau, sie sagen, jemand eine Katze trug, bestimmt.
Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us?
Lesen, schmiesen, ja.
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict at this testimony. After this testimony. Oh no. Then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here,
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within the testimony.
What do you mean, somewhere else?
The statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is equivocal? What? Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of the testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Oh, right.
Aber wo? Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Why do you always seem to be so up against it?
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it!
Box mich nicht! Die Musik. What? No.
Oh no, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything, like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one.
Oh, ja, bitte sag mir. Ich weiß nämlich, welche Bücher da sein sollten. Ja, tell.
And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is.
Bitte, das zu deiner Aussage. Ich möchte gerne...
No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please, put your husband's fists down. Boxen! Den Kuppel 1 auf die Nase, habe ich gehört. Das stimmt, Zeugenaussagen sind scheiße. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony with Speed. Deswegen heißt sie Beat, weil sie jemanden bieten will. Was? Might that appease you?
Oh, they Thank you, my lord. That would be that would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling?
Ja, ich bestimmt. Ja, also bitte, bitte sag mir, was waren die Bücher? Ja, bitte, bitte, sag mir, was waren die Bücher?
Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question. After I'd been to the police box for help, I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. And I am a proud policeman's wife after all. I did it for Rolly.
And what was your husband doing at the time?
Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest.
Also, okay.
He works ever so hard, you know. Ever so hard, don't you, my darling?
Interesting way of guarding the scene of crime. Well, Mrs. Bede, as you are regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection, would you be so kind as to recount the titles of the books you observed at the scene? Ja, das will ich erzählen.
I'd be happy to. Now, are you all listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other. And what's it, yearnings? And there was a meal for someone. And the last one was definitely the thingoming something.
Wow! Amazing Recollection! Erstens mal alle 3 Bücher.
You see?
Wow! Amazing! Ah, Leute, sie hat ein fotografisches Gedächtnis. Sie ist so krass. Okay, das wird das. Mann. Yes, I see there are 1 or 2 holes in your memory. Ah, das ist das Ding. Ja, das eine bekannte Buch über Dingens. Amazing. Ja, erzähl mir mehr, Bob. Ja, 3 Bücher gekauft, aber 4 Titel.
Oh well, they were along those lines, I'm quite sure.
Ah ja, okay. There were indeed books found at the scene with titles along those lines, as you put it.
Well, what did I tell you? So I think it's very mean the way you've been implying that my testimony can't be trusted. Don't you agree, darling?
Okay. Irgendwas da... Pack deine Pistole weg, holy shit, Junge! Anyone who upset my Patricia will have me to answer too. Calm down. Okay. Kann jemand ihm bitte die Waffe wegnehmen? Das macht mir Angst. Terrifying. Yes, she really is. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. saw what... ja, das haben wir vorhin schon gehabt. Ja, darf ich wieder... Ja, das hatten wir schon mal. Hallo. Ich möchte gern diesen noch lösen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Also für mich macht es am meisten Sinn, wenn ich auf dem auf der Vorbooks da sind nur 3 drauf. Und es waren ja auch nur 3. Aber das ist das Einzige, wo ich drauf gehen kann, dass sie irgendwie Fehler drin hat. Und nie mehr das.
Objection.
Ich hoffe, das ist richtig. So, you're saying that there were 4 books. That's right, I remember all of them. Yeah. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, what's it yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thingamy something. I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no. What flaw? Bonk. Simply that. At the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? Oh, die Musik! Dang. So gut. Die ist so gut. Ah! Okay. Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of crime. Oh, die Musik! Niersch geht ab. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me. Sorry? It's that big old lump of a dead body. The lady is so large the corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all. Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. Wow. No, I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the four books you describe. Why not? Fascinating. And from your short tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume. Oh, ja, ich hab die Rechnung. Ich hab den Beleg. Ah, evidence! I know what that is. What evidence is. Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have for the accused did you not drop 4 books? A second-hand book receipt. Ja, von uns will man immer Beweise, aber selber keine haben. Das ist... Okay. Bitteschön. Take this! Take that! The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books? Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchase that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. No. Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Über die Energie von Ryu? Hä? Which means that our powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. Wow. Ah! Okay. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Rude. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. No! Okay.
Objection!
Ach so. Ja, ist noch am Lernen, okay? Van Siegs, please. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? Ey, ist ein Alkohol da vorne genommen, ey. What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disapproving. So, you striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He's right. He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. Ja, da gerne Papi trinken zu bringen. Nicht Alkohol, weil siegst. Nicht Alkohol.
To the policeman's wife, and an entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh? You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection.
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say?
I know.
Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand.
Danke, dass ich die auch bekomme. Rude? Die enthalten mir einfach Evidence vor. Das ist doch nicht fair. Was soll der Scheiß? Oh. Ey, warte, Moment. The Lion's Pride. Das ist das Buch von einem anderen Typen. Moment. I've heard this name before. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. Es ist angebrannt. Ja. Hat die das geklaut? What? Moment. Hä? What is happening? Moment. Hallo, Netig. Aber das ist 100% das Buch von wie heißt der Typ? Gary Depp. Der Opa war's. Bestimmt. Ich dachte, das ist eine Frau. I don't know.
As you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from you in the original print by the victim's torso.
No! Ja, finde ich auch. Das ist nicht so geil.
Order!
There, you see? Look at that. Look. Okay. Chill dein Leben, Frau.
Yes.
It's just like I said. Isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Speed, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh yes, of course. The picture of a Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
Ha. Was it Yearnings?
Canterbury Yearnings.
A meal for someone?
A meal for Gaboriau, in fact.
Okay.
As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details.
Minor? Ja, schon. Perfectly.
Mrs. Speed's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Toll. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia's flawless.
Yeah. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Speed mentioned 4.
There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord.
Nicht?
As the photographic clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim.
Nein, tut's nicht. Ich finde schön, dass es aus orange ist. Orange!
The victim was holding her own book? I wonder. What became of that fourth book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. Oh, darf ich's angucken? Darf ich's angucken? You will submit that at the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. Bitte, ja? Ich glaube, das liegt gerade auch nur mehr am Spiel, dass ich es versuche zu pushen in die Richtung. Weil es spielt in England, you know. My pleasure, my lord. Eigentlich ist mein Englisch all over the place. Ich spiele halt einmal in der Woche. Alle 2 Wochen ungefähr spiele ich D&D auf Englisch. Weil eine von uns ist von Amerika. Und deswegen halt Englisch. Das ist halt mehr American English. Ich habe irgendein Chaos. Okay, wir haben ein Bild. Und wir haben das Buch. Dankeschön. Und das andere Buch. So, darf ich das mal angucken? Bevor du weiter laberst? Ja, Prosecution, bla bla bla. Ich möchte gerne das Buch angucken. Und das da. Okay, also man sieht halt klar, dass es da abgefackelt ist. Aber wie ist die da rangekommen? The Lion's Pride. Oh boy. Das ist ein bisschen angefackelt. So, wenn ich ich hoffe. Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. So it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. Es ist ihm auch aufgefallen. Boah, bist du schnell. Okay. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I've heard of that book by the name before. And very recently too. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. Ich angefackelt! Was sagt ihr dazu? Oh, look at this! The book has been badly burned. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in a state, especially not the later pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book. Recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Okay, wir haben der Burn is added zum Court. Okay, das ist gut. Mehr kriege ich davon vermutlich nicht. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. Wahnsinnig, hör auf, so rude zu sein. Das komische Wort. Spurious? Komische Worte, die ich nicht kenne. Longer routes to the accused lodgings that you try to establish in your summation examination. And the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. Aber ihr seid doch schon. Ich dachte, ihr wärt schon. Okay. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Ich mag einfach seine Pose, das ist so gut. Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Oh no. Ich will irgendwo eine gute Pause machen können. Irgendwo speichern. Speichern kann ich, glaube ich, die ganze Zeit, wenn es mir recht ist. You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. Ist hier ein guter... This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precautious position. I know, but... if I fight back at the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse.
Think, Ryunosuke, think!
What do you do now?
Ich kann das erwähnen wegen dem Buch. Ich hoffe, es kommt bald ein Speicherpunkt, ehrlich gesagt. Ich würde gerne speichern. Hä? Wie meinst du, der Track kommt dir bekannt vor? Das ist eine Objection.
Objection.
I'm not done yet.
No, my learned friend, it's over.
Nein.
That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed.
Aber das Party! Ja, gut. Hat was! No! Stimmt. Doch, ja, ich sehe, wo du herkommst. Ja, ich verstehe. Hat ein bisschen was von einer Party.
The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate.
Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... Schon die ganzen Buts. But. I can't think of what to say. Susato, weißt du was? Hilf mir.
If I may, Lord Van Zieks. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant Lillison Island must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant who have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh? Oh no! Kannst du die Route zu ihr? Susato, denk an deinen Rücken. Oh no.
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo.
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Okay. Ich hoffe, es kommt gleich ein Speicherpunkt.
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. Okay. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Eh? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their learnings in a moment.
Ja, gut.
And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what a crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mr. Sato. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Oh, guck mich nicht so böse an! Der guckt mich böse an. Guck nicht so böse. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. Das Buch. Es steht jetzt, dass es badly burned. Das
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
Nix Objection, pfui aus. We have already discussed the fourth book at length.
other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident. No significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question obtained a hitherto undiscovered clue. Ja, aber hat's ja. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Oh, do I make myself clear? Oh, yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. Okay, so counsel, precisely where is the vital clue in this case, with this fourth book conceals? Whee! This one!
Got it!
Got it! I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp! So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing. Wir wissen halt vor allem, wo es herkommt. Nix objection! Pfui! Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does it charred book hide? A charred book? There's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting a little longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered? Its owner. My lord, the burn on the back of the book reveals a startling truth. Startling. About the book's owner. I beg your pardon. But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So, tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this current book? Sean. Wife of this lady, die per Zufall gerade in der Jury sitzt. Bisschen. Gibt's jetzt eine Pause, weil sie den holen müssen? Ich bitte. The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Scurrydepp. Landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know. But Of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Scary Depp herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Scary Depp's wife. I'm his maid. Klar, sure. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Scary Depp's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
Oh no. This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Hallo?
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Scary Depp's house. Good lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord.
Oh, die Musik. Oh, es ist ein Speicherpunkt. Alles gespeichert. Ich will einen Save-Point haben.
Face it happens big fire, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a belly thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The belly fluid just started glowing up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. Was für ein Buch? Was?
Sein Blick!
The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that the subject of this debate. Oh dear me.
Objection!
Vergiss es mit deinem Objection.
This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire.
Ja. Das Problem ist, ich habe das letzte Mal nicht so lange gemacht und ich bin nicht bis zum Speicherpunkt gekommen. Deswegen ist es jetzt halt länger in dem Sinn. Es sind vielleicht es sind jetzt 3 Stunden. Aber ich habe vorher noch knapp anderthalb Stunden, 2 Stunden den Rest gemacht.
In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Scary Depp was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Scary Depp even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Britisher would never raise a finger against me, sir.
Können wir jetzt Mr. Scary Depp holen und dann ist dann?
This case. Soon as the of them, that was it.
I'm smoke. Das ist der Punkt. Genau da, als wir da waren, habe ich schon gesagt, vielleicht hat sie aus Versehen das Messer aus dem Fenster geschmissen. Vielleicht erst das Buch, die andere war so, Buch. Und dann kam Messer. When I started hurling things at me. Back up against the window on the heavy enemy fire and books. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious! Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally on the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident, and there is no report of the Scary Depp's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Gary Depp's household. But it is not conceivable that the window was open at the time, and not even remotely. Let us not forget the reason and the chilling weather that accompanies it. Ja, aber da hat's Feuer gehabt! No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Gary Depp's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Oh, das war sie. Gute Nacht, Lynko. Bye bye. Ich hoffe, es geht bei der Pause. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little stiff set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you, that was never my intention. Dragging up upstanding citizens' name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. Hatte gerade den anderen gehauen. Sie hat gerade den Typ neben ihr gehauen. I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. How long have we sat here now listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is a little hunchback with a mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you right. It's true. Yes. What did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry. What's that? Gute Nacht, Lunetik. Schlaf gut. Bye bye. Danke fürs dabei sein. Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are at once in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Siegs? Damit sein Bein kann bitte eine Pause kommen. Please. In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to save the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... Siegs. Pack sofort deinen Fuß herunter! Okay. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No forgifted discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability of the court to hear.
Guilty.
Oh.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
If. Können wir Pause machen? Warum? Thank you for that ambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Mr. Sato? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense has to exercise its right to a summation examination.
You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined.
Oh, oh, oh! Es ist eine Pause. We did it! Das nächste Mal spiele ich ohne Scheiß den ganzen Teil durch und nicht wieder in der Hälfte einfach fertig machen. Weil das geht dann noch nur lange. Ja, bitte speichern. Oh mein Gott. Yes, bitte speichern. So. So, stay hydrated. Okay, ja. Ich habe noch Kaffee übrigens. Ups. So, aber dann soll es jetzt wieder aufgehen, dass wir wieder nur einen Teil spielen, der maximal vielleicht zu 4 Stunden geht. Das passt ja dann. Das waren jetzt halt dummerweise eben mehr als nur ein Abschnitt. Ich glaube, ein Abschnitt geht tatsächlich so um die 3 bis 4 Stunden. Das passt ja eigentlich schon. So. Dann bedanke ich mich ganz herzlich fürs Zugucken. Und, ist doch irgendwer am Stream? Irgendwie nicht so. Ne. Zu spät. Dann wünsche ich gute Nacht und bis morgen oder so. Goodbye.